The Senate will come out of recess, having recessed on May 21st, 2026. The Senate will come to order. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. Without objection, the Senate will proceed today without taking a roll call on each bill. Without objection, pursuant to Senate Rule 2-33, Senator Ricciardi will participate remotely. Senator Ricciardi, can you please state your location and identity and anyone present in the location from which you are participating?
I am at our home at 29 Magazine Street in Bedford. I am Denise Ricciardi, and I am alone in the house.
Thank you, Senator. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Senators, for allowing me to serve you this year. As we come to a conclusion, if your faith allows, let's pray for a final time. Lord, we're grateful for the work of our senators, and as they get ready to recess for the summer and move into campaign season, Lord, I pray that you would help them leave things behind that need to be left behind. Those who serve in public service are often misrepresented, misquoted, and there's some heaviness along that way. Thankfully, Lord, you look at the heart. The men look and women look at the outward appearance, but you look at the heart. You know our character. You know the things that have been said. So, Lord, I pray these senators would walk out of here today, leaving behind anything that's heavy or burdensome, that they would feel refreshed as they pursue whatever it is that they're looking to pursue. Thank you for their work, Lord. Meaningful work. This state is prospering because of them, and for that we're grateful. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The Senate will please remain standing while Senator Ward leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. We're going to move to the introduction of guests, and I recognize Senator Rosenwald for a resolution.
Thank you.
Senator, please come up and bring your guests. Please. You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam President. It gives me great pleasure to have as a guest, he goes by Yuan Bala, and the Senate has a resolution for him. Be it known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its congratulations to, I'm sorry if I butchered this, Yuan Guru Balaguru Murthy, okay, of Nashua High School South, in recognition of creating the award-winning Access AD screening device that provides early and affordable detection of Alzheimer's, a devastating disease that has the power to steal memories, but not someone's heart and soul or the enduring love of their families and friends. And be it further known that the New Hampshire Senate extends its thanks for making Alzheimer's more accessible, giving thereby new hope and more time to so many. And let me just add that he is a sophomore in high school, and he has created this amazing tool. We grow them well in Nashua.
say a few words?
I'm very grateful for this opportunity to be recognized. Thank you so much.
Cindy, you're standing up here. Yeah, because you have,
No, he's not here, is he?
yes, your husband. Do you want to bring him up here? Well, we can.
Well, he's shy.
That's okay.
He's nodding no.
Okay. Senator Rosenwald would like to introduce another guest.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to trip over your floor mat here. My husband, the fabulous Peter Klementovich, is here today. He is constituent number one and has always supported me in my legislative career. So I'm glad he's here.
I also would like to thank Dr. Klementowitz because you gave us your wife for a few years, and she's done some really great things for her constituents and the state of New Hampshire. So thank you very much. Okay, are there any further guests to be introduced here today? Seeing none. We're going to move on to bills removed from the consent list. The president will, the following bill was removed from the consent list. House Bill 1010 has been removed by Senator Murphy and Senator Birdsell. Without objection, the clerk shall read the first recommendation, and thereafter only the title of each bill shall be read, and the clerk is instructed to enter all messages into the Senate Journal. So now I go.
Senator Birdsell.
Senator Birdsell moves that the Senate adopt the Committee of Conference reports that are on the consent list before you today. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. I recognize Senator Birdsell.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate suspend and amend all rules necessary with the following. 1, to permit consideration of HB 1091 at the present time, acting after the deadline to sign Committee of Conference reports. 2, to permit consideration of HB 1735 at the present time, and if adopted, to permit third reading and final passage during the early session. And 3, to amend Senate Rule 7-1 as set forth in the amendment provided here today. Thank you, Madam President.
Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. The Senate will be in recess for 3 minutes.
I would like to introduce to my colleagues the well-mannered, highly educated, and good-looking class from Middleton Elementary School, 4th grade. Welcome to the Senate.
It's important that we all understand that Senator Ricciardi took a very bad fall and is suffering from post-concussion syndrome. And she is at home recovering, and I want to thank her for being available for a short period of time today. She was instructed by her physician that she really could only be not more than 15 minutes in front of a computer because of this concussion syndrome. I appreciate Senator Ricciardi's willingness to participate today when she has been advised strongly by her physician to avoid situations that are stressful, to avoid screen time, television, and other similar activities. Even reading is not advised. Senator Ricciardi was diagnosed with a severe concussion. She is still experiencing post-concussion syndrome, and it is very difficult for her because of the effects of the concussion, which is why she had been advised not to participate. But of her dedication to this body as well as her constituents, she worked it out with her doctor, 15 minutes maximum. Following post-concussion protocol is essential for a complete recovery, and that is what Senator Ricciardi is doing. It is essential that she rests in order to heal properly. I hope all of us will reach out to Denise and with our good wishes for a speedy recovery, and understand that she has not participated for the last month and cannot further participate today for medical reasons. And thank you for your time. I want you to know that early on, when I found out after her fall, I advised her to stay away and heal, and she has since seen neurologists and her own physicians who have advised her to stay away. So, that being said, I recognize Senator Rochford.
Thank you, Madam President. Before us, we have House Bill
Nope.
7.
Nope, you have to remove.
Oh, yeah,
House-
we remove House Bill 1735 from the table.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to remove House Bill 1735 from the table. This is a non-debatable motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no? The ayes have it. The motion to remove passes. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which was referred House Bill 1735 FN, an act permitting treatment of certain severe illness under the Right to Try Act. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 3-2. Senator Prentice for the committee.
Thank you, Madam President, colleagues. This bill permits, House Bill 1735, permits treatment of certain severe illnesses under the Right to Try Act. The majority of the committee finds it best not to move forward with the legislation at this time, as the Right to Try Act was recently passed, and as it is important to take a measured approach built on evidence and practice. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Rochford for.
President, I actually would ask the body to vote down the interim study motion, so another motion and amendment may be offered.
Thank you. The motion is, so what we've been asked to do is to turn down the interim study and to vote so that Senator Rochford can bring in an alternative motion and introduce a floor amendment. Senator Prentice, you wish to speak before, now, or after we take the vote?
I wish to speak to 1735 in my opposition to overturning the interim study motion. Would it be proper now
Yes,
or wait?
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. And you've heard this from me before. I often refer to it being, we have Groundhog Day here and the State House, and this is one of them, and I'm
has been reopened to the public. When we left, Senator Prentice was speaking on House Bill 1735. Senator Prentice, will you resume speaking?
Thank you, Madam President, and I'm rising in support of the interim study motion and not overturning that on House Bill 1735. And I want to focus my remarks, as I did when I spoke to this a few weeks ago, I want to focus them on patient safety. Every one of us, well, I believe, I don't want to speak for my colleagues, but I know that I hope for patients that are facing severe and terminal illnesses every day that they have options, and that everyone understands the desperation that the patients and their families and their friends feel when conventional treatments have failed. And as I've shared with you in this very room, that although some have, stated in opposition to my position on this, that I am without compassion, when I think back on conventional treatments, I shared with you that I've lost 2 friends in the last 4 years to Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS, and lost a dear friend to cancer who was trying a certain type of matching protocol that we were waiting to see if this would actually save her life. So I've been at that intersection and I understand. But hope and safety are not opposing concepts. And public policy should never force patients to choose between them. This bill expands New Hampshire's Right to Try Act, which we just passed, and it broadens it to access to drugs, biologics, and devices that have not been approved by the FDA. Under current law, Right to Try was primarily limited to terminal illness and investigational treatments that had at least passed early stages of clinical testing. This amendment, or 1735, takes this further. It expands eligibility to qualifying severe illness, a broad category defined as chronic and debilitating conditions. It also allows access to treatments and products that may have not completed meaningful FDA review or established evidence of safety and effectiveness. And that is where patient safety concerns, for me, become real on behalf of our granted staters and those who may choose to travel here to receive these treatments. The FDA approval process exists for a reason. Clinical trials are not bureaucracy for bureaucracy's sake. They are how we determine proper dosing, side effects, interactions, complications, and whether a treatment actually works. This bill, this legislation, if it were to be overturned and moved to being passing, would interfere and remove those guardrails. This also grants broad immunity protections to manufacturers, providers, facilities, pharmacists, and others involved in administering these treatments, so long as they have not engaged in willful and reckless misconduct. That means patients may have very limited, if any, legal recourse if something goes wrong. And we must remember, patients with severe illnesses are among the most medically vulnerable people within our healthcare system. These are individuals and families often making decisions under extraordinary emotional stress and desperation. I'm also concerned about the expansion of the telehealth and pre-screening access across state lines under this bill. As written, providers physically located in New Hampshire may conduct remote pre-screenings for patients anywhere in the country. Again, innovation does have value and access has value, but these are considerations that we should keep in mind. When dealing with highly experimental treatments, individualized investigational therapies, and medically fragile patients, careful oversight matters. By members of the Senate, we should absolutely support compassionate care, clinical trials, and expanded access pathways and innovation within the system we already have set up. But compassion without adequate safeguards can unintentionally expose vulnerable patients to unsafe or ineffective treatments before sufficient evidence exists. And when the state weakens oversight simultaneously While expanding liability protections, we must ask ourselves, who is left protecting patients? For those reasons, I stand in opposition to overturning the interim study, and I thank you all for the opportunity to speak on 1735, House Bill 1735. Thank you, Madam President, colleagues.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rosenwald would like to speak. Do you want to speak to overturning the motion?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. I also am opposed to overturning the motion. I think we could consider the underlying bill as a form of assisted suicide, actually, because it would allow access to a drug that has only gone through phase 1 clinical trials, which could be on as few as 20 people. And that doesn't look at efficacy at all. It looks at tolerable, can it be tolerated, what's the proper dosing? Does it seem like it's safe? In other words, the short-term use didn't kill you, but nobody has any idea, beyond 20 people possibly, that longer-term use won't lead to unexpected side effects like liver failure, kidney failure, deadly cardiac arrhythmias. And this bill, I think, also creates ethical dilemmas for physicians. It doesn't allow them to be paid directly by the drug manufacturer, but it does allow them to be paid indirectly. So, for example, if you have a research lab, yes, you could accept a donation to your research lab. At the same time, you're getting paid by the patient for treatment. That conflict we should not put physicians in that ethical conflict. And there's solid data that compensation from drug manufacturers does influence physician behavior. That's why drug makers had to stop buying lunch for doctors' offices some 10 or 15 years ago, because there was data that it was changing physician behavior. This could involve potentially much more money, and I don't believe we should trade patient safety for money. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Is there anyone else? It's okay, we'll get there. That's fine. Just to remind everybody where we're at, the prevailing motion is interim study. Senator Rochford has asked us to turn down the interim study so that he can offer an alternative motion and a floor amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on 1735. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the motion to refer to interim study fails. The floor is open for an alternative recommendation. Senator
Thank you,
Rochford.
President. I move ought to pass, and I'll be offering an amendment.
You may speak.
So I'd like to offer amendment 20262134S. And if I could speak briefly to the amendment, based on some of the things that we've already heard in debate this morning. With the amendment on a higher level keeps intact almost entirely our current Right to Try Act, which we passed just last year. And that includes the guardrails, the safety guardrails that we talked about, we heard about just recently. So talking about the definition, who qualifies, currently it's only terminal patients. So what the amendment will do is it will include terminal and qualifying severe illnesses. So the guardrails that we have in place with this amendment, the person has to be diagnosed with a terminal or qualifying severe illness by a person's physician. The person has already tried or is not a candidate to be eligible in a United States Food and Drug approved treatment options for their disease or condition. The person is unable to participate in one of these trials. The person has given written informed consent for the use of these types of treatments, and the physician providing access will not be compensated directly by the manufacturer for providing access to the therapy. Some of the things that we've heard objectionable already are in this amendment. Furthermore, an investigational biologic or device means a drug, biologic, or device that has successfully completed phase 1 of a clinical trial. That's the safety aspect of things. That is in place in this amendment. Nothing changes with that. Furthermore, the person's physician, again, this is already law. The person's physician has determined that the person has no comparable or satisfactory United States FDA-approved treatment option. There's nothing left to treat these patients with. They are at the end of their rope. The manufacturer has not engaged in willful or reckless misconduct or other bad faith conduct. Willful or reckless misconduct shall include, but not as limited to, any conduct intended to hasten the death of a patient. This is not medical aid in dying. So I want to, just to make sure that we address some of those things. The other thing that the amendment does is it also incorporates Senate Bill 504. Senate Bill 504, as you'll recall, was the expansion of the pharmacist's scope of practice. This bill was critical in obtaining $20 million in rural health transformation funds. So by passing this amended 1735 as amended, we will not only allow further treatments for people who are at the end of their rope, who have no other option, but we also don't miss out on $20 million that will go to help our most rural and vulnerable patients in our healthcare system in New Hampshire. So I would ask that the body support the amendment and then support and ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
Floor Amendment 2134. Is there any further discussion? Senator Sullivan?
I rise to support my colleagues' comments in District 1. Every prescription treatment or protocol has risks. The FDA approval does not guarantee safety. You've seen the ads for psoriasis. They go into an in-depth little thing at the end. You know, you hear the low voice that says all the risks and the side effects and all the things that are going to happen. Well, one of the things that can happen from this medication is you die. You're going to look great in your coffin. Your skin's going to be amazing, but you could die. Everything has inherent risks when it comes to treatments. But to say that this would somehow help people to the path of assisted suicide, I don't understand that argument, with all due respect to my colleague. To the north, our neighbors to the north are using assisted suicide right now for people that are chronically ill that no longer want to live in pain. And this actually gives our constituents hope. Give them hope when all other options have been exhausted and they want to have more time with their families, not just here, but time where they can actually do things with their families and have a better quality of life. So I ask you again to please support HB 1735. Let's pass this for our constituents. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to speak on the floor amendment. Thank you. Thank you. Since we've moved on to the discussion of the first half of the floor amendment, I am concerned about this expansion of scope. I would have no concerns if this were a time-limited course of antibiotics, for example, but allowing a 30-day prescription of controlled substances is further than I think we should go. Thank you, Madam President.
On the adoption of floor amendment 2134. Is there any further discussion? Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Then I'd like to divide the question on House Bill 1735 on the ought to pass with amendment. Sorry. The first vote, divide the sections 1 through 13 and the effective date. And then the second vote would divide the remaining sections and the effective date.
The chair rules that the question is divisible. So the first vote that you are going to take is on sections 1 through 13 and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. 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 All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The second vote is on the remaining sections and the effective date. Okay, Senator Rosenwald asked for a roll call, seconded by Senator Altshuler. So just to be clear, the second vote is on the remaining sections and the effective date. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
Yes.
Okay. Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsall.
No.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
I must have messed up my vote. Can I see yours?
This is a time when, you know, when you were in school, you were always like, I'm not going to use that kind of math. Yeah, you do. Okay, so the ayes have it by a total of 14 to 9. Okay. The ought to pass with amendment is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. There we go. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 1735 be by this resolution read a third time, the title be the same as adopted, and that it be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Why do we have to recess?
Committee of Conference Report on House Bill 155 FN, reducing the rate of business at
1091. We still have to do that one.
Yep.
Right, go
the
ahead.
end.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference Report on House Bill 1091 relative to the penalty for violations of municipal ordinances related to sleeping, camping outside. Recommendation that the House receives from its position of non-concurrence with the Senate amendment and concur with the Senate amendment, and the Senate and House adopt the following new amendment to the bill as amended by the Senate and pass the bill as so amended.
Is there any discussion? Senator Reardon?
Thank you, Madam President. I would urge my colleagues to adopt the committee report. Was the result of a brief and very productive committee of conference between the Senate and the House. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1091? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 155 FN, reducing the rate of business enterprise tax.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 155. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
President, I truly regret that I have to rise to speak against the conference report. I had been prepared to sign off because the nursing home funding is so critically important to frail seniors and our healthcare system as a whole. And tax relief for small businesses is something the entire Senate agrees is important. However, the business tax rate cuts contained in the report filed by the House and signed off by others in this body are reckless and irresponsible. They would potentially cost hundreds of millions of dollars in future years and put at risk our ability to fund programs such as Medicaid long-term care. And let's face it, Jeff Bezos doesn't need another tax cut, especially when costs keep rising for New Hampshire families. I think we often focus only on the short term when we really should be thinking several budgets down the road. We can't keep cutting revenues as our population ages and costs rise. That will surely result in the continued shifting of the financial burden to property taxpayers. I worked very hard with my colleague from District 2 to secure the nursing home funding, and it was really a pleasure to work with him on this. But I just can't vote for these reckless and imprudent cuts to our largest revenue source. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to join my colleague to speak in opposition to the conference report on House Bill 155. So let's be clear about what this conference report does. This revives the very business tax cuts that don't do anything for our Main Street businesses, but it does a whole lot for the largest corporations and Wall Street. In its current form, what this proposal will do is give yet another leg up to Walmart and Amazon, companies which are worth an estimated $5 trillion combined and have earned hundreds of billions of dollars in the last year. My colleague said, she didn't want to give another tax cut to Jeff Bezos. I don't really feel like giving him another mega yacht, especially when our constituencies are struggling right now. These businesses, these large mega corporations, they get a favor with this tax cut, not our constituency. This is not our local businesses that benefit. When they don't pay their fair share, we see cuts. We see property tax increases because, after all, revenue has to come from somewhere.
Interrupt you here. I'm going to ask you to keep your comments to the Committee of Conference report. We have debated the principles of House Bill 55, I believe, more than once in this chamber. So we're supposed to be discussing the Committee of Conference report, not going over what the bill actually does. So if there was an amendment on this that was a compromise, by all means, speak to the compromise, but we should not be going over the bill again.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll try and fix that a little bit. I know we don't like talking about yachts, so I will zip that. Madam President, I am against this Committee of Conference report, because I believe that right now we have an obligation to protect our constituency, to help them in struggling times, and by adopting this conference report, we are not doing that. We are not helping our small businesses. We are not helping the very people we are elected to help. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lang wishes to speak. Again, I'm going to remind you to try to keep your comments to the committee conference report rather than redebating the bill.
Thank you, Madam President. So, Committee of Conference, making sausage, right? Not always pretty. We went into the Committee of Conference with 2 Senate positions. We agreed to raise the floor for small businesses before they have to pay the BET. And we agreed to give appropriate money for our nursing homes to make sure the Medicaid long-term care per diem rates did not reduce. Those were positions we all agreed upon. The bill as it came from the House originally had a tax cut, an untriggered flat tax cut, put out a biennium. The House, in the negotiations, was insistent upon a tax cut. They agreed with our position on the nursing homes. Great work for us. They agreed with our position, although we agreed to move it up another $25,000 from $375,000 to $400,000, thereby scooping in another 1,000 small businesses who no longer will have to do the red tape of even filing for taxes. They will now be exempt from that tax. So a total of 4,500 businesses will no longer even have to do the administrative burden of filing paperwork with the state. Both great things. The sticking point became the tax cut that the House insisted upon in the Committee of Conference. I got the House to blink by putting triggers in. The triggers they put in were, there's several factors to them, but probably the 2 most important factors in the trigger in the language that's before you is, number 1, that the Revenue Stabilization Fund, also known as the Rainy Day Fund, must be at its statutory cap before any reduction in taxes would occur. Statutory cap is $395 million. We've never even broke $300 million, never mind $395. That is the number 1 trigger that has to be tripped first. The second trigger was, in addition to the $395 million in the Rainy Day Fund, we would also have to have $100 million in surplus in that year on the business enterprise and business profits tax combined. Those are the two major triggers, neither one of which in the last 10 years, if they had been in place, would we have ever tripped. There would have been no purpose for that would have resulted in a tax reduction. So because of the House amendment and the fact that the triggers are truly not likely to be tripped, the question becomes, am I willing to hold everything up for the nursing homes and those small businesses or not? And my answer was I was not willing to hold that up, and that's why before you is a bill that will protect our nursing homes, protect our small businesses, and if revenues go phenomenal and we have a maximum rainy day fund and another $100 million on top of that, we would trigger a 0.05% reduction in our business enterprise tax. So for that reason alone, I'd ask you to support the committee recommendation of adopting the committee report.
Senator Murphy wishes to speak? Oh, it's a question. Okay.
Thank you for taking the question. I'm confused, and I want to clarify. The bill cuts taxes for small businesses under the BET. Wouldn't big businesses potentially see a dollar-for-dollar increase in their business profits tax, and therefore giving all that savings to smaller businesses?
So you're absolutely right. The business enterprise tax acts as a reduction of your business profits tax. So if you lower the business enterprise tax, your business profits payment goes up actually, because you can't use it as a deduction. So again, while Jeff Bezos, to someone's point, might be getting a tax break on the BET, he's going to be paying more in BPT.
Thanks very much.
Senator Perkins Coca?
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I also rise in opposition to the conference report for 155, and I think, you know, this has been an interesting debate to kind of hear both sides of. As my colleague from District 13 mentioned, there are some pieces here, you know, that I think we have worked together on, but when it comes to the tax cuts inserted in the Committee of Conference report, those tax cuts are things we haven't seen before. We have not had a chance to have a hearing on. We haven't even seen a fiscal note on them. And so here we are today, acting and passing an even more drastic tax cut than the original 155 was, without even the full set of information. What our businesses are asking for are small businesses who keep their wages in the state, who help drive the local economy. They are asking for housing. They are asking for childcare. They are asking for workforce. I agree with my colleague that there are some small businesses that are extremely similar to the one I grew up in that will benefit from this tax cut, and $2,200 would have made a huge difference to us in an annual year. And so there are some good pieces here. I agree with that, but I think we need to look at exactly what environment we're in when we're talking about the kinds of incentives and policies coming out of the State House to drive new business formation. We are in an environment where gas prices are at record highs. Tariffs have driven supply chain prices up. You know, there's a housing crisis, interest rates are high, inflation continues to go up. This is not an environment where we are seeing new business formation. We need to focus on how we can support our businesses, how we can provide them with a workforce and the housing and the childcare options that will allow them to form new businesses and that will help keep our local property taxes low because we're honoring our obligations at the state level, not drive costs up. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lang?
I just want to correct something. Again, the bill originally came over with the tax cut. We had a public hearing on the tax cut. We had a fiscal note on the tax cut. The House chose, the Senate Ways and Means Committee chose not to do that. It was a $52 million ask. In the original bill, we had a fiscal note. We know what it was. In the current form with the triggers, that's a completely different bill, but we do still know what the ultimate cost is. So I just wanted to correct that perception. There was a public hearing in the Senate on the tax cut. There was a fiscal note on the tax cut. And so we went into that Committee of Conference report knowing what the issues were.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 155. Is there any further discussion? Senator Perkins has a question
Of my colleague for District 2, if he would.
Sure.
Understood, and I take your point. However, is the percentage rate in the final Committee of Conference report, the lowest rate, different than the rate we had a hearing on?
So it still deals with the business enterprise tax. It still is a 0.05% reduction, which is the same reduction that was asked for in the original bill. The difference in this bill is that it has a perpetual reduction, that as long as we keep hitting those triggers, it'll trip another reduction as long as the revenues are coming in strong. So the trigger does have a longer term effect. It'll get down to 0.025, which is what the business enterprise tax was originally introduced as, and it's been raised year over year to get to where we are now, 0.055. So there is a trigger mechanism in there, which is not an uncommon concept in this legislature. We've done it before with other taxes relative to reductions.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 155. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 340 FN relative to electioneering by public employees.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 340. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Coker.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to just say a few words in opposition to this conference report. Advocating for our hardworking public employees. The conference report we see before us today is certainly an improvement from the original version of the bill. It clarifies some language that I think was creating a lot of ambiguity and threat for litigation, and so that was important. However, these improvements are still not enough to earn my support. This legislation continues to focus energy and effort on our public employees who are hardworking, diligent, and doing their job. We should continue to keep in mind a guiding principle that, if one event occurs, it's not a reason to change the laws statewide. It's a reason to deal with that specific issue, and this essentially creates a chilling effect on our public employees across the state that's just an overly broad tool. So I appreciate the work on this, but I would encourage my colleagues to vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 340. Senator Gray wishes to speak.
Madam President. I agree with a lot of what the Senator said. Again, we're trying to take people who are abusing the system and put controls on them. And that's what this bill does. I hope you'll support it.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 340. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 609 FN relative to the General Court's authority over the sale, purchase, ownership, use, possession, transportation, licensing, permitting, taxation, and other matters pertaining to firearms, stun guns, tasers, pepper spray devices, knives, and other self-defense tools.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 609. Is there any discussion? Senator Reardon?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to briefly share my opposition to the conference report for House Bill 609. This is a proposal which is opposed by the New Hampshire Chiefs of Police, the New Hampshire Patrolmen's Association, our public universities, the towns which host our public universities, and many, many more, including, as you all know, a letter from our Attorney General that you all received yesterday. In 2.5 pages, I will quote from those. As Attorney General, it's my job to protect the constitutional rights of our citizens and to protect public safety. Put simply, this bill would create a regulatory cliff that raises massive risks for the Second Amendment rights of our New Hampshire citizens and legal uncertainty for the public safety operations of state law enforcement agencies. I strongly urge you to decline to adopt the Committee of Conference report. Not only does this bill present a local control issue, but this bill also cuts at the authority of our agencies, our judicial branch, who are very concerned and have cited case law that conflicts with this policy, our airports, and even our college campuses. In fact, as some plainly state, this is the back door to campus carry. I believe our agencies, courts, airports, and universities ought to have a say in what happens, what weapons and devices, and under what circumstances they can be on their property. This is best for safety and efficiency, which is not through providing access when somebody doesn't have statutory access to GELCAR at this point for the people that don't. So giving them Rule 541A authority and then rulemaking after that, that's not a quick and nimble process and not agreeable and not agreeable to this issue. Our University Board of Trustees should be able to regulate their campuses as it relates to firearms and other weapons and not wait for a long process, not be able to be nimble and quick to address them on their campuses. If these new approvals are not secured, the existing rules will lapse and this statute will be the default. As a concept, campus carry is dead and for good reasons. We heard that loud and clear. Once again, we should listen to our law enforcement, listen to our communities, listen to our Attorney General, and not move forward with this potentially dangerous policy. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Altshuler wishes to speak. Oh, you want to do a PI? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 609. Is there any further discussion? Senator Altshuler would like to do a PI.
All right. Thank you, Madam President. If I know, this conference report advances a policy which has been opposed by our chiefs of police, our police association, our university, the majority of students, and an overwhelming number of Granite Staters. And if I know that this policy usurps local control and authority from our communities, law enforcement, state agencies, and universities, and if I know that the New Hampshire Attorney General sent us all a letter yesterday warning the legislature that this bill would make Second Amendment rights, and I'm quoting, the only set of constitutional rights for which the exclusive avenue of state executive branch reform is the formal administrative rulemaking process.
And this bill would make it more difficult for an executive branch agency to make expedited policy changes that are good for gun owners. And finally, if I know, this policy could let detainees keep their firearms in booking rooms, let stolen firearms be sold through pawn shops, and allow guns on college campuses, would I now vote against adoption of the Committee of Conference report for House Bill 609? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee Conference Report on House Bill 609. Okay. Roll call by Senator Fenton has been requested, seconded by Senator Altshuler. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Shardy's excused. Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The vote, the ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 8. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 639 FN relative to the use of and disputes over blockchain and digital currencies. That isn't a good title, but, yeah.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 639. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 751 FN requiring licensure of outpatient substance use disorder treatment facilities and relative to complaint investigation of treatment facilities by the Department of Health and Human Service Office of the Ombudsman and making an appropriation therefore.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 751. Is there any discussion? Senator Pearl?
Thank you, Madam President. Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1300 establishing a biennial school district local tax cap question and related to limitations on central office administrative expenses in school districts.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1300. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I rise to oppose the conference report on 1300, a measure which I believe does not help our students and defies the way we usually do business here in New Hampshire. So, as written, what this bill does is it puts a question on our state ballot for November 2026 and 2028. And so it is a ballot question, plain and simple. This is a mandated statewide ballot question regarding a policy that towns already have the ability to implement right now, should they choose to do so, which is to enact a tax cap. This state overreach is yet another violation of our local control that we've seen on the floor today. And further, the way the question itself is drafted is unclear and misleading. We worked a little bit on this in committee, but I think everybody probably acknowledges that, you know, this process has been rushed. There have been drafting errors at every stage of the game, and now we are sort of forcing our local municipalities to put this on the ballot. Essentially what we've done is an end run around what our usual procedure is, which is to have a constitutional amendment, which would then put a question on the ballot. The way we're doing it now is creating a referendum, which New Hampshire's not a referendum state. So I think that we've veered pretty far out of the normal course of business here, and I think if municipalities want to enact a tax cap, they are able to do so today. They do not need the state telling them what to do and telling them what to put on their state ballot. I think that lastly, just because of all the concerns raised with this, we are going to see, property taxes be affected because we probably are going to see litigation over this issue, which is yet another reason why we don't do things this way. So I think this bill sets a dangerous precedent. I think it potentially drives costs up at the local level, and I think we should vote it down for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Fenton wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. No yacht talk, I promise. But it would be nice to be on a yacht today, just saying. I too rise in opposition to the conference report on HB 1300. In this conference report, there's harm to our property taxpayers and harmful to students above all else. In this conference report, it purports the school budget increase to control property taxes. For one thing, a good way to lower property taxpayers' burden would be for the state to pick up the slack in this, but additionally, we have to ask what meaningful relief would come out of this conference report, even if this is provided and at what cost. You can artificially limit school expenditures all you want in this, but health insurance plans, facility costs, utility costs, fuel costs don't care about your cap, and they were not included in this committee of conference report. These expenditures are fixed, they are significant, losing paper, sorry, and they don't care about your cap. These expenditures, so when Concord demands that hundreds of towns and cities to pump the brakes, teachers' programs and students are the ones that ultimately have to pay the price and tighten their belts. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Gray wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Election law this year has been an eye-opening experience when we come to town meetings. It has been a primer in how to defeat the system, how to delay things until people have to leave because they have children, how to do different things. And so the House got fed up and said, hey, is there a way that we can get more voters involved in this question? And that's what they sent us. The Senate's position, well, we don't want to do it every year, every 2 years for eternity. We want to do it once. And so we went to the committee of conference. We compromised and said we'll do it 26 and 28. It is not a state referendum. It is a local question. A local question. It only applies to the locality that you live in. I hope that you will support the committee of conference.
Thank you, Senator. Question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1300. Senator Rosenwald has a question of
My colleague from District 21. Thank you for taking my question. So I can see how this applies to the towns that have annual meetings, but I'm confused as to how it would apply to the cities, which don't have municipal elections in 26 and 28, but have them in 27 and 29, and further, in a place like Nashua, which doesn't have a separate school budget, how would you do a line item budget cap?
Thank you for your question, Senator. You raised a few very good questions that we really did not vet out in committee. And so to address them, somewhat in order, I think that, having the municipalities have to address this, sort of in conjunction with what is a local question on the state ballot will create a lot of confusion and sort of probably result in extra costs. Additionally, the bill doesn't reflect how our municipalities operate, and so to your point, not only is the drafting unclear in terms of what can and can be included, which will result in litigation, but just the procedure in terms of how you put that in front of the voters hasn't been fully fleshed out in this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Fenton has a question of
My colleague from District 21.
Oh,
If
yes.
you'll take it. Thank
Yes.
you. So this is meant to rein in educational costs. which we have been told have skyrocketed because of irresponsible local spending. Now, I don't think it's that simple, do you?
I don't think it's that simple, unfortunately. I think we all, recognize that we're in a high-cost environment. So one of the things we've worked on this year is health insurance assessments for our municipalities, for our school employees. There are capital expenditures related to our schools, but we've had a school building aid moratorium. Diesel in New Hampshire is up to almost $6 a gallon, which certainly results in extra costs for our facilities and our schools due to the war in Iran. So, the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute recently reported that 145 municipalities are actually getting less state aid now than they did a year ago, thanks to some of the receding hold harmless grants. So I don't think local decisions are the problem here, but Concord and Washington aren't making it any easier.
Follow up, if I may?
Yes, follow up.
So if we are cutting all the staff and programs, and how is the local cap spending going to help?
Yeah, ultimately, I think it's our students who are going to pay. We've seen examples in our districts of middle school sports teams getting cut, of, cherished teachers getting cut, and budget's still going up because there are just realities here. So ultimately, I think it's our kids who will pay the price, and it's things like their sports teams, arts programs, language that we value.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Altshuler has a question.
The senator from District 10, please.
Yes.
Thank you. We just heard from our colleague in District 6 say that this was not this committee conference report was not going to compel a statewide referendum, but a local vote. But isn't it true that if this passes, it is going to be in every single local municipality?
Yes.
Would that not be statewide? Follow up?
Thank you for the question. Yes and yes.
It would be statewide. Thank you so much.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1300. Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. So it's interesting in the conversation here, how we're shifting the conversation from, will we ask the voters something, or will we impose a tax cap, right? That's kind of the differential between this argument, is that it's being argued as if the state's forcing a tax cap on any municipality. And that's not true. That's not true at all with this bill or with the amendment. The question was, we all heard from all of our constituents that, as I've said before, the number 1, 2, and 3 complaint from citizens are property taxes, property taxes, property taxes, right? That's the number 1 thing, number 2 thing, and number 3 thing they talk about. So the question becomes, and we all know that property taxes are a result of spending. You don't spend more, you don't pay more, right? So the question is odd when we say that passage of this bill would be harmful to students and property taxpayers. All we're doing is putting a question to the voters on a ballot that has a much more statistical sample of the town, right? More people show up at state elections than show up at municipal elections. Every municipality, right? Across the board, we know that's to be an absolutely true statement. So the question is, shall we put a question where the voters have the most ability to act on before the voters or not? And so the Senate position was, we disagree with the House, to Senator from District 6 point. We did not want this in perpetuity. We know that based on what's going on right now, voters are asking for control over their property taxes. This bill puts a local question. The town of Salem passes it, the town of Sanborn isn't going to have a tax cap. It's local to that community, the question, to be clear. It's not a referendum, which would be, if the majority of the state passed it, the state would have, every town would have a property tax. That is not what this does. For 2 years, we're going to ask the voters whether or not they want to cap spending to be able to cap their property taxes or not. They can vote yes, they can vote no, and each town is subject to will of the vote of that town. Thank you, Madam President.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1300. Is there any further discussion? Roll call. A roll call has requested by Senator Avard, seconded by Senator Lang. Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort?
Yes.
Senator Lang?
Yes.
Senator McConkey?
Yes.
Senator Waters?
No.
Senator Prentice?
No.
Senator Gray?
Yes.
Senator Innes?
Yes.
Senator Ward?
Yes.
And Senator Ricciardi is Excused, Senator Fenton,
No.
Senator McGee,
Yes.
Senator Avard,
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald,
No.
Senator Reardon,
No.
Senator Murphy,
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan,
Yes.
Senator Birdsell,
Yes.
Senator Long,
No.
Senator Perkins Coca,
No.
Senator Abbas,
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
What did I do wrong? Yeah, that's right. I keep messing up with Rashadi out.
The vote is 15 to 8. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. Before I put us into recess, we have some students here with us. Thank you. And I recognize Senator Gray for introduction of guests.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to wait for a second while they still file in.
Thumbs up.
I'm often asked by the fourth graders, what is the most favorite part of being a senator? And I always tell them that it's meeting with the fourth graders. But unfortunately, on a Senate day, all I do is get to wave at them. So please join with me in welcoming the New Durham Elementary School fourth graders, Stratford County Executive. And if we go into recess, maybe there's an opportunity to answer a few questions afterwards.
Senator, I'm about to grant your wish. The Senate will be in recess until 1 o'clock. The Senate will be out of recess. Will the senators please take their seats? The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1374 relative to procedures for withdrawal from a cooperative school district.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1374. Is there any discussion? Senator Prentice?
Nope.
Nope. Okay. Is there any discussion on House Bill 1374? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1376 relative to parents' ability to raise their child in a manner consistent with the child's biological sex.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1376. Is there any discussion? Senator Reardon?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the committee report on House Bill 1376. I plainly believe this is a destructive policy that has only been made worse by the conference report, given the removal of language passed by this body enabling medically necessary breast surgeries for minors, which I again must emphasize was not connected to gender-affirming care, as the opponents continue to argue. The policy as amended by the conference report is simple. This enables abuse, rejection, and lets families force their children to live as the parents see fit with the force of law, rather than letting families handle these matters on their own terms with a goal of mutual understanding and peace. With the obvious exceptions of safety and education, statutes should not dictate how a child lives their life and how a family ought to parent. Children are not merely conduits of their parents. They're their own independent people. This bill enshrines in statute that parents can reject their child and force them to live in a certain way, which we all know raises proven concerns about a child's mental health and suicidal tendencies, which now neither the courts nor anybody else can do anything about. We would not put into law that parents must raise their children of their same religious affiliation. Raised Catholic but maybe feel more agnostic, no freedom of choice for you, Concord knows best. This bill sets children up for abuse, horrific outcomes, and constitutes state overreach in the most damaging sense. This is unconscionable, and I will not support it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1376. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1709 FN prohibiting certain unlawfully present felons from occupying or renting real property.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1709. Is there any discussion? I recognize Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. Move to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1816 FN relative to the intervention of the Department of Education into a school or school district during a financial emergency.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1816. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. Okay.
Now on 1010.
The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1010 relative to multifamily residential development on commercially zoned land.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on House Bill 1010. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk for House messages.
Thank you, Madam President. The House of Representatives has adopted the recommendation of the Committee of Conference to which was referred the following entitled Senate bills. Senate Bill 429 FNA, relative to placement of trauma kits in public schools and making an appropriation therefore, and relative to parental bill of rights concerning the creation of a student media recordings. Senate Bill 475, relative to pet vendor foster homes, defining pet vendor foster facility and relative to cruelty to livestock. Senate Bill 481 FNA, relative to the sale of Sununu Youth Services Center property. 534 FN, relative to compliance with certain political expenditures and contribution statutes. Senate Bill 538 FN, extending net meter and eligibility terms for municipal energy projects. And Senate Bill 564, prohibiting certain municipal development restrictions. And the last one, Senate Bill 599 FN, relative to renewable energy fund.
Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report, Senate Bill 429 FNA, relative to placement of trauma kits in a public school and making an appropriation, therefore, recommendation the Senate recedes from its position of the non-concurrence with the House amendment and concur with the House amendment, and the Senate and House adopt the following new amendment to the bill as passed by the House and pass the bill as so amended.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 429. Is there any discussion? No. Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 475, including a determination of the best interest of an animal and a definition of a foster home.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 475. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 481 FN, relative to the sale of Sununu Youth Services Center property.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 481. Is there any discussion? Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to oppose the conference report. This is an important topic where the will of the legislature rests on just one letter, a timid C versus a powerful W, changing the word would to could. Last year, thanks to the efforts of the member from District 4, House Bill 2 expressed the legislature's intent that proceeds from the eventual sale of the Sununu Youth Center would be put in the YDC Settlement Fund. This conference report directs the proceeds instead to the general fund, where a future legislature could use the money to settle cases brought by people who were sexually and physically abused as children over decades while in the care of the state. When are we going to live up to our moral responsibility to try and bring justice for these victims? Not with this conference report, that's for sure. By moving the certainty of funding from would to could, the settlement fund will have to fight it out with every other request of the general fund, from Medicaid to the university and community colleges to even pet projects in senators' own districts. And let's be aware that the week after next, the new settlement fund administrator is going to come to the fiscal committee and ask for $55 million of general funds, which we don't even have to put into the fund. We owe these victims justice, and we promised that in the budget trailer bill. This conference report backs away from that promise and says, well, yeah, maybe get in line. I hope we're better than just maybe. Let's vote down this report so the next budget, House Bill 2, can get it right. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 481. Senator Gray wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. There is a conflict in what we passed in House Bill 2, where one section says it's going to go into the general fund and one says it's going to go into the Sununu Center. When I talked to LBA, they said in the sale of the property, the money will be given to the Sununu Center. Putting it in the general fund doesn't make any difference. So that's what they've told me. As to the $55 million, that's legislation or request that's going to come in. Certainly, I've had discussions about that I'd certainly welcome having those discussions when we review the fiscal committee report and how we will do it with money that we do have. But we're getting off the subject. For 1,300 right now, what LBA tells me, whether or not we went with putting it into the general fund or attributing that to the new fund, it is less and less likely right now that that sale will happen during this year anyway. So we need to provide some money, and we'll talk about that when we get to fiscal.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rosenwald has a question of
Colleague from District 6.
Senator Gray.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Since it's pretty obvious that the sale won't occur in fiscal year 27, wouldn't that give the next Finance Committee the time to solve that statutory conflict?
The question is will it or won't it? And again, we're getting away from, the Committee of Conference stuff on this bill. I still have hopes that they'll finish the construction in time, we'll be able to move, and that will provide that $80 million in this budget and not in the next budget. But as I said, I live in hope.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the committee report. Excuse me, let me try over again. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 481. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 534 FN relative to foreign funding and influence constitutional amendment, local ballot question campaigns.
The question is on the adoption of Senate Bill 534. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 538 FN, extending net metering eligibility terms for municipal energy products.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 538. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters?
Thank you, Madam President. I ride in support of the report and just wanted to say a word of appreciation to the Energy and Natural Resources Chair and Vice Chair, my colleagues on this Committee of Conference, who held true to Senate principles and did the one thing we could do this year to reduce energy costs for our municipalities. And it really was a good thing to see this compromise that affected not just this bill, but also House Bill 1738. We got it done, and we did something for the people of New Hampshire. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 538. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 564, prohibiting certain municipal development restrictions.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 564. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 599FN relative to Renewable Energy Fund.
The question is on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 599. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The Committee of Conference report is adopted.
Yep. Recess.
The Senate will be in recess to see Senator Perkins Cook and Senator Burnett. The Senate will come out of recess. Okay, we're going to take, before we close our business today, we're going to take the time to recognize our staff and the other departments that really help us and allow us to get to this point in June where our work is almost completely done. So what I'd like to do, first I'm going to just start off with first asking John Bastille to stand. He's from our media services. I want to give a special shout out to John because you were on the phone last night with Tammy. I was on the phone texting her this morning at 4 o'clock to make sure that we got everything done for today. And I just want to thank you for going above and beyond, and we really appreciate it. Okay, I'd like to then move to the Senate staff up on the third floor recognition. Harold, our intrepid chief of staff, please stand. Jennifer Tramp as well, she's standing. Matthew, Grant, Rick, did he leave already? Yeah, he doesn't like these things. And Nicole, and I don't know if Nicole is here. I want to offer my most heartfelt thanks for all the work that you've done for our staff upstairs on the third floor. We truly could not have gotten everything done if it hadn't been for the hard work of these folks. I want to give a special shout out to Matthew. He has to deal with my craziness and try to keep me straight most of the time and pointed in the right direction. So I just really want to thank you. And I want to thank Grant and Harold and Jen, just everything that you do for us. And even though they are not here, Rick, our attorney, as well as Nicole. So please join me in thanking them. I'm next going to call on Senator Birdsall.
Madam President. Marie, you're first. I have been with Marie for almost 12 years now, and I could not have had a better, as a freshman senator, a better mentor on how things run in the Senate than Marie. She has been not only a mentor, she has been a friend for the number of years, and we vent to each other, so she has not just become my aide, but one of my best friends, and I want to thank you for everything that you do. And we have the grandchildren together, so we can commiserate. Tricia and Kate, I just want to thank you. You guys have kept me sane in the past 2 years. I don't know where Tricia is.
Kate's over the corner.
She's in the corner.
You guys have kept me sane over the past couple of years, especially with all the amendments and trying to get me to understand the amendments that are going through. You have been stellar, and I really appreciate everything that you guys have done. Tammy, you have been in contact with me constantly, and we have had, this is the first, time that I've had to interact with you on a consistent basis, and you have been such a pleasure. You were always a pleasure, but it's so easy to work with you. I appreciate everything you do for all of us. We need you. Shannon, thank you. That's all I'm going to say. We love you. John on the journal, thank you. Adam on the calendar, thank you. And Darren, I know that sometimes you want to shut us off on our mics, and you don't, and that is greatly appreciated. Carol, for the snacks that you put out there, you are, where is she? Oh, there she is. The snacks are awesome. Thank you. That's the one thing I love about the Senate that I didn't like about the House. Thank you. And the Sergeant at Arms, thank you for keeping us safe. We really appreciate it, and the fact that you're there during our committees. I can't tell you how much better that makes me feel when you guys are there and we can see you there. So thank you so much. I think I got everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have to give a shout out to Senator Prentice and the awesome brownies that she brings in for us. Believe me, they are the best brownies that you could possibly have. And I sincerely hope at some point Senator Prentice goes into her own business making these brownies for the other people of the state of New Hampshire to enjoy. I'm going to recognize Senator Perkins Colecath.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I have a few people to thank here. First, I do just want to thank you and thank Majority Leader Bertzel for our work together this biennium. I think there's been some tricky spots to work through, and we've managed to do that together, so I appreciate that. I also just want to quickly thank Tammy because we all know who keeps the wheels on in this place, despite our best efforts to derail them. And then I want to thank, I'll do some more of this later, but thanks Senator Rosenwald for all her hard work on the budget because we will be lost without her expertise. I also want to thank Kevin and Pete. I don't know if there's enough I can say to Kevin and Pete, but I do want to say that I think for the 8 of us who, some of us are on 3, 4, 5 committees, we're running in every direction, have full-time jobs, trying to take care of our families and everything. You guys have kept us in line. You've always been organized. You're always prepared. You do a great professional job, and we just couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much for all your hard work. I guess clap next. And then Jen, I also just want to say thank you. I always talk every year about my many overlapping Google calendars, but we have our family at home. I have my work schedule, I have my Senate schedule, and none of it's easy to organize, but couldn't do it without you. And I appreciate all that and all the work you do with our constituents. Everyone always comes back to me and says, man, Jen, she's awesome. So I just really appreciate that. So thank you guys so much.
Okay, so I know most of you, if not all of you, want to talk about your aides and other departments. So I'm going to start with Senator Rochford, and if you want to speak, and then we'll go around the room.
Thank you, Madam President. So I've got the privilege of having to work with 2 people directly. One is Kathy in our office. Senator McConkey and I share her services. I know he's going to talk a little bit more about that, but I got to tell you something. I might sometimes be gone for a few days, but I can talk to Kathy, and she's told me everything I've missed in this building. So she keeps a pretty close read on everything that's going on. The other staff member I want to thank is Sophie Walsh. Sophie is our HHS committee staff, and I, quite frankly, as a first-term senator, a first-term chair senator, I don't know how I would do it without you, Sophie. I think you've heard me say some probably pretty colorful words over the last several months, but Sophie always comes in focused, dialed in. We have busy hearings. We have in-depth subject matter. We have emotional subject matter. And Sophie is top-notch. She gets the job done. She's very good with her timer when we're timing those speakers. And then at the end of the day, the work that comes out is precise and accurate and really do a great job summing up these very complex issues. So thank you, Sophie, very much. We all appreciate it.
Thank you, Madam President. So Sonia, my aide. So if I ever show up at a meeting, you can thank Sonia. If I ever miss a meeting, it's my fault, right? So Sonia keeps me on track, make sure I show up at the meetings with the materials I need. Phenomenal. I have the benefit of having Sonia not only as my committee assistant in Ways and Means, but also as my aide as a senator. We were worrying about how it was going to work out this term, having Sonia being with Lou for so many years and switching and having a Republican senator for a change. No issue whatsoever. She's phenomenal. She's been able to navigate it. She has just been an excellent aide. And again, you can thank her if I've showed up at the meeting. So it's all on her. And if you want a meeting with me, make sure you call Sonia. I'd also like to thank the media services. I know the president already talked to John, but it's also John, Cameron, and Riley. right? All three in the media services team is not everybody can drive to Concord to listen to our public debates, right? But thanks to the media services team, and the efforts they make it, so all of our citizens can just pull up YouTube and watch all of our discussions live and hear our debates and bickerings. And so I want to thank the media services team, not only from the Senate, from the people of New Hampshire, that you now go into their living rooms and allow them to be able to participate in state government where otherwise they would not be able to. So thank you very much, guys. Oh, one more. Sorry, apologize. Jalkar, Doug, right? So as chair of Jalkar, I work tightly with Doug and his staff and his team of lawyers on the most minuscule, arcane pieces of our regulations in our state that they can make very simple, make me understand it, and having the simple mind that I have, I really appreciate that. The fact that they can distill these complex topics from energy to health and human services, Medicaid funding, into simple policy topics that we can understand and work through. So for Doug and your team, thank you so very much for all you do, and hopefully I'll see you next year.
Thank you. Senator President, I'd like to elaborate a little more on our shared assistant, Senator Rochford and I. Kathy Cummings, is she Kathy in here? I've been keep looking around. She prefers to stay on the outside sometimes. What I must say coming in here for the first time is her ability to keep me on track. And that is quite a chore if anyone's been around me for any amount of time. She's also a pit bull for anybody, a stray representative that might want to wander into our office. Friends I've had for 20 plus years, she runs out, and there's no exception to that. I know that she's beloved by staff because the door's constantly opening and other staff are coming in to say hello and to share stories. And I know David and I feel very blessed by having her in the amount of work that she's able to provide for us. I'll switch gears to capital budget. Declan standing over there, coming in this year, you've been absolutely wonderful, professional. We're so lucky to have you there, and I look so forward. I was told governor's staff is already working on the capital budget hearings in a couple weeks, so you'll have a short summer. But I must turn to one of my favorite ladies in the room, Pam Ellis and Chris Shea. I have known this wonderful lady for 20 years, from my time in the House and Public Works and capital budget overview and long-range planning and all of that. And those very important committees could not happen without this woman right here. And a well-deserved retirement. I hope that someone's going to come in and keep Chris on a straight and narrow, who again is he's been the two of you have been just tremendous to me, and it has made our committees and myself so much better. So I want to thank you for all your time and hope you enjoy your time.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start by saying thanks to our Senate researcher who's hiding in the corner over there. That's you, Patrick. And, we all do a lot of work on our bills, but there comes a time when we actually need to know what we're talking about. And we turn to Patrick. And I always thought when I was in the House that the last thing you ever want to hear a House member say in a committee was, I was just thinking. And I think that also goes to Patrick because he takes it so well and he gets us accurate and great information. And I can always tell that it's not AI because it's true. Thank you, Patrick. I also want to thank Jess Burke, who took on Senator Long and me this year. And, when first day I went in and I wondered if she got the short end of the straw, and getting assigned us. I said, well, Senator, we've been through this before. And I thought, oh, that speaks volumes. Right? And I think of all those days, Des, where I'd leave the office and I'd back, so I have everything I need. Thank you for everything we've done today. And by the time I'm on 393, it's like, Jess, I forgot. And then I get to Northwood when the signal's back. Jess, I forgot. And then I'm on 155 in Madbury. And Jess, I forgot. And then thank goodness the signal dies about that point, and I can leave you alone. But thanks for all of your help. Thank you.
Senator Prentice?
Thank you, Madam President. First, I have a list, but I'm going to go through it quickly. First, I want to thank Jen Becker and the General Court administrative staff, Jen over there, for the entire team, for all you do, for not just the senators, but the staff that are working throughout the building. You guys are just amazing. So thank you so much. And I would be remiss if I didn't point out the co-commanders here that work with our Sergeant at Arms and the entire team, and our State House nurse that keep us safe, Chris Vetter and Terry Paff. And I don't know if the nurse is here with us, but thank you very much for always, we know that we're safe and we're in good hands should anything happen. The few people I want to thank along the way, and I think many of you know that Vivian Hall has departed, so I just want to recognize her that, she was an aide to me over the last 2 years and appreciate her service. She's moved on to the SEA, and I was able to welcome today Ryan Kelton. He is going to be serving as my new aide. Just, fun fact, and this is my third aide, and I've only been here for 6 years. So even though my brownies might be good, I don't know what's going on. I just want to touch on some, policy and policy staff. Pete and Kevin in the office downstairs, that have, as Senator Perkins Coca said, keep everything organized, keep us together, and sometimes keeping me together can be hard, and they do a great job at that. HHS, you talked about Sophie, amazing work along. We have Kate Lippman, who provides guidance and support to us with some pretty complicated issues, and I have really appreciated how the both of them work together and support that committee as well as my work. Education, Trevor, thank you for all that you do, and he sits right next to me, so he has to listen to me all day or all morning long. And transportation, Vivian did cover that, but Ryan, you were her trusty intern, so thanks so much. And that's what I've got. So there's a whole list, and if I missed anybody, I'm really sorry, but I think that you're all great. There's Courtney. Good to see you at OLS. Okay, thank you so much.
Senator Gray?
Thank you, Madam President. Deb is not here. You can look around the room. Every time this comes up, she tells me, don't talk about me. And I always do, okay? Deb is certainly so valuable to me as chair of finance and my aide. As Senator Lang said, I wouldn't be where I'm supposed to be without her, okay? And the amount of bills that we go through in finance and the ability to do those quickly, and I pride myself, we haven't spent a real long night in finance since I've been the chair because of the hard work of Deb and the other people. Same thing happens in election law. We had a couple of weeks there where we were doing bill after bill after bill, the whole day session, etc. And again, Jessica, great job. The other people who make me look good as the chair of finance is LBA. Okay? And they make me sound like I know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the budget. And we do have many conversations, but the people that are there, are so tremendous and have such a breadth of knowledge that it helps me. I'm even actually learning a few things about the budget as I go along. But there's one more group in LBA that goes unsung, and that's the auditors, both the financial and the process auditors. And I see their work every time we have fiscal committee and we have those audits come in. The government won't work unless you check to make sure that the things that are supposed to happen are happening. And that's what those auditors do. Make sure they take care of the money, make sure the processes are happening. And so LBA, it's not just those 5 people that you see, okay? It's those auditors also that are doing the tremendous job. And thank you very much, and if I come back, I hope you make me look good next time too.
Senator Ennis?
All right. Courtney and OLS, how you doing? It's been quite a session, hasn't it? I wanted to say thanks to you folks for all the hard work you've done. I think we sent you a few bills this year, maybe a little more than last time, but as always, you guys come through. We bring you all sorts of amendments, we change things, we're always moving on the fly, and you respond. And I just can't tell you, it's hard for me to wrap my head around everything that you do, but I can say on behalf of my colleagues here and many of the staff, we are truly, truly grateful for everything that you do for us. So thank you very much. All right. Mr. Jones is probably afraid I'm going to embarrass him. I'm not. But Aaron Jones, please stand up. I'm not going to let you sit there. I saw that eye roll. This man, I've had a lot of assistants and people I've worked with and people who have supported me throughout my career. He is the best I've ever had. He anticipates things. He deals with my eccentricities. He's always organized. And I may not remember bills exactly. All I have to do is say, Aaron, what is this one? And he fires it right off. He's on time. He's professional. Truly, one of the best people I've had the privilege of knowing and working with in my career. I mean that sincerely. Thank you.
Senator Ward?
Thank you, Madam President. I had a small issue a couple of weeks ago that I needed to consult with somebody. So I went down to see Nurse Jen. I interrupted her lunch. She didn't say anything about it. She didn't kick me out and say, see me in an hour because I'm having lunch. So I really appreciate that. Thank you very much because, you know, sometimes you have a question and you need to have an answer. So I really appreciate that. Then, of course, Aaron Jones. I don't know how he does it. It would take me an hour to find some of the stuff that he gets to me in 5 minutes. His proficiency with how to deal with the computer and the database or whatever is amazing. And I can't thank you enough. It really, really is. At the bottom of my heart, thanks. Yep. And Trevor, wherever Trevor is, there is Trevor. It's been an extraordinary for the education thing. The times I forget to take the second call or something. But if 5 people say yes, then I don't think I have to say in any opposition. But he says, any opposed? So he reminds me about all those little things. So thank you very much. The staff is unbelievable, and I really appreciate every single one of you. So thank you.
Senator Fenton?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank everyone in this room. It really shows just we can't do this job without you guys. So thank everyone. Tammy, I know I've pranked you a couple times. I apologize. But thank you for handling us kids. It means the world. Protective Services, you guys rock. Thank you. My wife was always nervous about me coming here. And I know she can rest easy with you guys here, minus that fire alarm. But we'll move on from that. Kevin Pete, Prestige Worldwide. You guys rock. We can't do our jobs without you guys. And, you know, I'll shoot off text messages at midnight, and you guys answer them at midnight. So I appreciate that. And Jenny, appreciate everything. And then where's my aide? Sophie. A lot has been said about Sophie, but, you know, Sophie worries about everything, and apparently I don't worry enough. So it's a very good combination of aide and senator. And she's on top of everything. I get warnings a week out, a day out, an hour out, 5 minutes out. And sometimes, just for fun, I'll tell her I missed the meeting, and that does not make her happy. But Sophie, you're amazing. I can't do this job without you. Thank you for everything. And thank everyone in this room. Thank you.
Senator McGue?
Thank you, Madam President. First, I'd just like to say thank you to all of my colleagues for putting up with a young, stupid freshman and for mentoring me, Tammy for keeping me in line and telling me where to find things. But I asked to recognize this particular individual for a reason. Senator Bertzel said keep it brief, so I'll start in about 1992 when I think I first met our chief operating officer, who then Terry and I worked on the streets together as medics in Manchester, and he never met a problem he couldn't solve. And I think he's carried that through to this job for sure. He was smart enough to run for this chamber and then take the much better paying job that he's kept in it. So props to you for that, Terry. He's literally the guy that keeps this gold dome shining. He's never met a problem he can't solve. And also, you might have noticed he's never met a tree that he won't cut down. I like to affectionately refer to Terry as the midnight arborist. And you need a statue put out front, that tree is gone overnight. You're trying to get the perfect view for your Christmas card picture through the arch, and miraculously, the view has suddenly improved. I was a little bit surprised that the Lafayette elm survived. I hear it was on the chopping block. But anyway, thank you for all you do, Terry. You're a good friend and mentor, and thank you for keeping us all in line. And of course, we have to thank you for this amazing parking garage that is just about done, I hear. Maybe I'll be able to get my car in there without ripping up the rims like I've done. All four of them are completely destroyed from the old LOB parking garage. And of course, the LOB, which will be an amazing home for our colleagues across the wall, and for all the other staff. Thank you for making that a safe and habitable place. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Avard?
Thank you, Madam President. Again, thank you all. We do appreciate everyone in this room. I will first have to recognize Marie, who has taught me how to count to 10. Not that I need to learn how to count to 10. Maybe sometimes 20. But definitely want to thank Marie, who definitely keeps me in line. A friend, and somebody who can actually pick out music for me to sing, Chris Stapleton. Never heard of the guy. And now he's on our playlist. But thank you for all you do, and for watering my plant, and for training the best person next to you, Tricia. She was your trainee years ago when we first had the office down in room 215, and you did a really good job. And it really does take two of you to watch me. So that I really appreciate you both quite a bit. Joshua, it seems like every year I'm up here, I lose a guy, right? Congratulations, number one. You're going to be moving on to brighter pastures with a better paying job in energy. So I'm glad Senator Waters and the rest of the team taught you well, right? You've been a great assistance, and we really appreciate everything you did. It's interesting when somebody just comes into that committee, you're having to learn on the fly a very complex pieces of legislation, from animals to net metering. Standing next to you, of course, we have to label her as Superwoman, right? Sophie, you've lived up to the calling of Health and Human Services. I've been vice chair for that forever. And we've had Superman, and I don't know what I had Cameron as. He's not in here, but you're definitely Superwoman, and you've done an amazing job. And it's amazing how quickly you have adapted. And you're going to probably get more kudos because you've done a great job. Thank you all. Tammy and staff, Shannon, John, Alex. Is it Alex or Adam? Thanks. It doesn't matter. You. Again, amazing. You've had many years here, Tammy, and I have to go up there and I have to sign a lot of these things, and your professionalism is above board. It's amazing how much we depend on you up here and your staff. You do an amazing job. And finally, Madam President, I really appreciate you, and for all you do, and for the amount of things that are on your shoulders that you have to bear. I recognize it. I know the rest of us recognize it. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. Jen Gallagher keeps me in the right place. Being on 4 committees, I never know where I'm supposed to be, but Jen always does. And she is fantastic at constituent service as well. I hear that all the time, and it's really important. Deb Martone, who never comes up here for this, taught me how to be in the Senate. And for that, I will be forever grateful. Pete and Kevin, you guys are really amazing. I don't know how you make it look so easy. Tammy, you run the Senate crew like nobody's business. It's amazing. I want to echo Senator Gray's comments about the LBA, both the budget staff and the audit staff, the most professional group of individuals I could possibly imagine. And finally, I want to talk about IT. They are so responsive. I think Ryan lives in my office because my computer's always breaking. Like, one day the P didn't work at all. And he either fixed it, put a new button in it, or got me a new computer. That whole department, they come up from the basement and they're just marvels. So thank you all. You make it so we can do our work. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I want to say, as I look around the room, I wish I could recognize every person that I interact with and make my day so much easier, so much smoother. And beyond that, those that I don't interact with, who are here years before I was here and will be here for years after I am here, and do it with such utmost professionalism. I am really grateful for everybody that's here on the staff. I share with Senator Altshuler Karen Davis, who came to us from the House this year. And Senator Altshuler, if you'd like to start.
So this second year of the biennium, a very lovely and extremely professional woman was saved from the House Committee services and brought over to staff me and Senator Reardon. Tall order. Karen Davis, who can't be here today, but we know you're going to watch it on the playback. Hey! Thank you for jumping in with 2 feet.
Karen's a really quick learner, super organized, and really, really smart. She's a little like radar on MASH. She anticipates what I need before I ever even know that I need that. And she made my days a whole lot easier, and mostly with a sense of humor that really made the days better.
And to work for the two of us, one needs an enormous sense of humor. So we appreciate you, and thank you for making us your priority this year. Thank you so much, Karen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, a few decades ago, I was senatorial aide in Maryland General Assembly. I had some of the jobs that you folks have, and I can tell you, I know what you do, and man, how you guys do what you do with the amount of support you're given is insane. Not to make you jealous, but Maryland has a lot more people doing these jobs. But this is the New Hampshire way. We make do with what we have, and we do it well. And you guys make us look good every single day, and I really, really appreciate it. I want to talk for a second about my assistant, Brendan. Now, I'm hesitant to sing Brendan's praises, but it isn't because he doesn't deserve it. It's because the last time I talked well about an assistant, for 2 years in a row, the loyal opposition swooped in and hired him away. So I was a little anxious about who I would be assigned, but Brendan has really, really been a godsend for me, and I thank you, Madam President, for assigning to my office. He does more than keep my calendar. He tracks my legislation. He advances it through the process as well or better than I do sometimes. He maintains my email, which we all know is just a burden for all of us. He handles all my constituent service. He passes on to me what I need to deal with, but he deals with a lot of it himself. And without me, without Brendan, I couldn't be here, I think, doing the job that I do. He makes it possible for me to be here. And Brendan, thank you very much for everything you do for my office. Thank you.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. So we gather regularly in this building. It's a 200-year-old building, and I want to thank the operations staff. Doug Dolcino and his team do an amazing job. You know, that you've seen us through renovations, you know, bathrooms, our offices. You're always there to hang a picture when I need you. Heather comes in regularly and has something else I need moved, and your team is great. You do a wonderful job, and I just appreciate you being there for us. And you know, we wouldn't enjoy the fine building that we do without your service, so thank you for that. Ben Mickens. Ben has been my chair on ED&A, and he's just done a wonderful job. He came in, had a tall task to keep up with all the bills that we have and all of the different topics that we cover. I mean, ED&A is kind of a committee that we're all over the place. We have all different types of topics that we address, and Ben has just done a wonderful job. It's been a great pleasure to work with you, really has. It's easy. You know, when you find somebody that's easy to work with, it just makes it not a job anymore. It really just makes it a pleasure to be here, and I thank you for that. Trevor, you've been my third aide in 4 years. Sorry, Senator Prentice. And you came into my office, and I'm not the easiest person always to work with. I'm always on the go, but balancing, you know, my duties outside of here with the farm and all the things that we're doing. And you're regularly able to interpret my phone calls, whether they be from my truck, a tractor, in the middle of the woods, wherever I am at the time. You always do a wonderful job in the things that I ask. This is a little bit of a bittersweet day for me because I don't know if all of you know, but Trevor has his own political aspirations, and he's looking to run for a representative seat in the state of Massachusetts where he lives. And I certainly I want you to win, but I also, there's part of me that doesn't, because if you do, I'll lose you as an aide, and you've just been amazing for me. You really have. You've become not only an aide and a valuable asset, but really a good friend. And I enjoy coming into my office. My office becomes sort of the gathering place for a younger staff. So many times I walk in and there's 4 or 5 of our staff in there, and we all have a great time, and it's just a pleasure. But Trevor, I really want to say to you, thank you. You've been amazing, and I wish you the best of luck. And Madam President, I also want to thank you. You've done a wonderful job in leading this family, our colleagues, and getting us through 2 years of a lot of really busy time with a lot of strife, and you know, we've had to work with a new governor that we've had to develop that relationship, and you've just done a wonderful job, and I want to thank you for that. So.
Thank you. I'm going to start off with our visitor center folks. Sean, Miss Virginia, and all of the volunteers that they have. This one thing that makes this State House so special is how open it is, and how we walk through the front hall and there's just a bunch of children there to greet us in the mornings, and it's wonderful. And watching you, Sean, getting to know you a little bit this year, it's been great watching you with the kids and how excited you are to be here. Like, I think it's awesome. And Miss Virginia, I mean, we've got the historian of historians that walks around. Anyone ask me anything about the building, like, you need to go down to the visitor center and find this lovely woman down there. She can tell you everything you need to know. So we really appreciate you, and you guys, what you do does make this more homey and such a special building to be able to work in. So thank you. Declan, I may be the weirdest person you've ever had to work with or will work with again from the fights that the representatives and I have in the office, like little, we buy toys to like fight each other with to get the aggression out, to, you know, the passion that I have for certain bills, to Senator Murphy chasing me in my office after I didn't agree with him on a vote. You've seen quite a, and you've rolled with all of it. But I so appreciate all that you do for me to keep me on track. And you've risen to every challenge that I've given you. I've gone to Senator Carson and said, can we give him some more work? And you've risen to those challenges, and we had to do the report for SYSC. I mean, you took 19 pages of notes. I don't know how your hands held up through that meeting. We talk fast, and you held up, and what you brought to that helped us with that final report, and it was amazing. You've contributed so much, helped me along the way. I think we learned together last year, and then we really sort of powered through this year together. So I really appreciate you. Congratulations on your engagement. Much happiness to you and your fiance. Trevor, Education. Man, when I lose track of what the heck is going on, I look at you, you give me an eye, you point, you do kind of tell me what to do, and you can get us back on track. I don't know how you keep up with us, but we are all, I can speak, I think, for the rest of the committee. We are so grateful for you, and we wish you luck. Maybe not too much, but we do. But we do. And when it comes to radar, I did one day call Declan Radar. Then I had explained who it was, and I had sent YouTube clips. So, but no, thank you for all you do for education. I feel the same way, like you anticipate what we have going on in there, and you're there to help us out even when we go off the rails a little bit sometimes. President, almost, Senate President, Sharon Carson. The way that you've really helped me as a freshman senator, it's meant a lot to me. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to do it.
Yes, you are.
Maybe. But you did give me a lot of responsibility with everything that was going on with SYSC, and that's because the kids mean as much to you. And I really appreciate that you gave me that responsibility and trusted me with it. And my girls behind me, you guys are awesome. Kate, like, I don't know how you guys do what you do with all of us, because if everyone needs you and depends on you as much as I do, I really don't know how you find all the hours in your day. So I just want to say thank you all.
So thank you, Madam President. I know Senator Ricciardi couldn't be here, so she had asked me to say a few words about her staff. So if you don't mind, I'll read it. From Senator Ricciardi, I want to take a moment to recognize someone who has been truly the backbone of my work this past session, my aide, Ben Mickens. Ben, I want to thank you profusely for your incredible hard work. Day in and day out, you have been right there by my side. Your organization, your thoroughness, and your absolute professionalism have been unmatched. Half the time, it feels like you are already one step ahead of me, anticipating exactly what needs to be done before I even realize it. But you truly went above and beyond when I faced my accident and concussion. This has been an incredibly challenging time for me, and without missing a beat, you stepped up. You managed everything. You kept the ship steering smoothly when I couldn't, and for that, she will be forever grateful. She feels so incredibly lucky to have you on her team, and she's looking forward to working with you again next year. So she also wanted to thank Vivian. I know Vivian's not here, but she also wanted to thank Ryan for everything that they did on Transportation Committee staff. These two work hard is an understatement. Every single day, you both have come in so incredibly prepared, keeping us on track and ensuring the committee runs flawlessly because of your dedication. So she also wants to give a big shout out to Donna and the rest of the crew who work so tirelessly every single day to keep this building at night immaculate. And I also want to thank Sabita, who does the third floor, the Senate suite, doing that. And also, Senator Carson, on behalf of the Senate, I want to say thank you for everything that you do for us. You've come in it's been a really challenging couple of years, and the past few months especially has been incredibly challenging, and you have absolutely stepped up. You have been professional. You've tried to manage us as much as you could, and again, you do it so professionally. I want to thank you so much for everything you do for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to thank Jessica. And I feel a lot better than a lot of senators are saying that texting and calling after hours, as I've been doing, feeling what an idiot I am. Then I'm hearing that a lot of us do that. And just to bring out somebody that's I feel is special is the visiting center, Virginia Drew. Thank you. It's nice for me to get questions and answers, but their acknowledgement of how special this house is comes from the visiting center. And I want to thank you. I do appreciate that. Thank you, Madam President.
No, I'm all set, yeah.
Sorry, Madam President, I get really excited because I have a lot to say. I'm going to start with you, though. Thank you, Madam President, for trusting me, making me a better senator and a better person. I truly want to thank you for that. It's been an honor to serve you in this chamber. I got to now talk about my aide, Joshua, who's leaving. Also, my third aide in 4 years. Might go 4 for 4, depending on how that works out. But I have a confession, Madam President. I was one of his references for the job, and I talked him up so good. I knew he was gone once I hung up the phone. So I took it well when he told me. But Joshua, you've been amazing. I mean, you got to deal with Senator Gannon too, so it's really rough between the two of us. But you know, when I'm trying to hide somewhere to eat lunch and not where I'm supposed to be, I don't know who tells you where I am or how you find me, but you always do. Make sure I'm there, but only 5 to 10 minutes late, as opposed to me wandering off. But honestly, it's been a pleasure to work with you. You're going to do great things. If I ever take over the world, I'm going to hire you as one of my aides at that point in time. Brendan on Judiciary, that's a wild committee. You get the corner right here. We all got good things to say. Long hours, long days, but the way you handle the committee is awesome, and I appreciate that. Declan on Children and Family, kind of a little rough. We didn't really know when we were going to meet. It was all over the place, but we did it. And I wanted to just thank you for everything you helped us on the committee with. Trevor on Education, another wild committee. Awesome job. Nothing but good things to say. Good luck with your election. I think you're going to do well. I'm calling it, so we got to start looking for another aide soon. We'll know in November. Terry, thank you for helping me that time with the parking enforcement when I helped me sweep that whole incident under the rug. Thank you very much. I could have swore I was in the parking space, but these things happen. It was snowing, a lot of excuses. No ticket, though. Thank you. I also want to thank everyone here, just in this building. We're a family here. Whether we agree on things or not, we all help each other, and we keep this ball rolling, and all of us do it together. And I just want to thank everyone here. Thank you.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you. It'll be under 5 minutes, I promise. I'm going to start with Protective Services. Chris Vetter, you're a deal because you have 2 sons who are troopers, so it's a 3-for-1, so I appreciate that. George Brown, I didn't know till today that you were a California Highway Patrolman. Now, Deb and I have been talking. Were you more Ponch or were you more John? I'm not sure, but younger people will not know what I'm talking about. Anyway, so thank you all. We feel safe here. And again, George, you protected Ronald Reagan, so must be good enough for us. Kate Lippman and Rick, thank you for your copy of Lawyering for Dummies. That's been very good at bringing it down to I did go to school at night, so I do need help there sometimes. Tricia, you're always my at-home, well, you like to be daughter more than wife because you're much younger than I am, so we'll keep it at that. Let's move it on here. Brendan, thank you for at Judiciary at the beginning, you said, how are we going to schedule this? I'm like, pot, guns, biological sex. Those are the big 3. Those will be our late night. Other than that, you schedule everything and I'm fine. And you did a great job with all that, so thank you. It's the only thing we need is not an egg timer. We need like a 1.5-minute timer because we go to 7 so many nights, even with 2 minutes and a 1.5 minutes. So thank you for putting up with us in Judiciary. Who have I forgotten? I know I've forgotten Joshua, but you're not really forgotten. Unfortunately, you're already married, so you do me no good with my daughters. I'm like looking for a nice, moral, Liberty kid like you. So I'm hoping you have a little brother or something we've never talked about. But that will work well. We'll talk later on that. I'm sorry we're losing you. He does more than everyone else. So I really wanted a bunch of bills passed this year. So we started lobbying the House. Every committee we were in, we talked to everyone on the committees, we talked to everyone on the floor, and when we found out they were going to try to table our bills, we counted how many votes we needed, we knew which representatives, and we stopped Osborne when he was going to kill my gun with that damn gun bill. So, thank you for your help and your knowledge, and Madam Chair, thank you very much. You've been a joy to work with in judiciary the last dozen years or so. And hopefully we get it. I don't know if we have a dozen left, but we'll keep
We'll see.
going. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Altshuler.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to thank Tammy. Thank you very much. This year, there have been more than a usual amount of questions about the rules. So I appreciate you swooping in and keeping us all on track. Adam, Shannon, and John, you're my first hellos, and I appreciate you and the work that you do. Darren, I never got my walk-on song. Okay, next time. But, you know, all right. I'm gonna move past that. I really want to thank Brendan, Karen, who's not here today, Trevor, and Ben. Thank you. Oftentimes, it seems like no one's reading your committee reports, but you know that I am to the letter and use them often, and I appreciate how hard it is to do that job. Thank you. I appreciate it. I would like to thank our security team. Thank you. This has been quite a year. And a challenging one, and I thank you, and Sherry particularly thank you, because you put up with my shenanigans and find tools out of nowhere, so I appreciate that. And for the last time, I would like to recognize two people who make it possible for us all to show up in our caucus prepared, informed, and ready to fight for the people of New Hampshire. Our caucus director, Kevin Condict, and Policy and Comms Director, Pete Mulvey, work. They really, really work in the background, before session, after session. Apparently, y'all are calling them late night. Don't do that. Don't do that. We have Survivor to watch. Like, don't interrupt. Or maybe I'm the only one who doesn't call late night. Pre- and post-committee hearings, and sometimes on the weekends, most of us spend away from this chamber. Also, stop doing that. They read every bill and track every amendment and spring up in the 11th hour to find us our data, help our research, and make sure that when we stand in this chamber, we are not standing alone. So 8 Democrats in a 24-member chamber, the math has not been in our favor, but preparation is the great equalizer, and Kevin and Pete provide it every single day with professionalism and good humor. They don't get the floor time. They don't get the press coverage. They plan and manage it. And what I hope is that you walk away with the satisfaction of knowing that the work you do quietly makes a very loud and impactful difference for the people of New Hampshire. You are valued, you are appreciated, and New Hampshire is better for your service. Thank you.
So I just have a few of my own. First of all, Tammy and her staff, thank you all very much for all your hard work, especially this lady. I came into the legislature in 2000, and she's one of the first persons that I met, so I've known her for quite a long time. And believe me when I tell you, we are very, very lucky to have Tammy working with us. She is a true gem in this building, and I truly think she doesn't know how valuable she is. So I want... So thank you so much. I want to talk about Terry Pfaff, who's my feng shui partner here, as Harold, my chief of staff, calls him. I got thrown into looking at all these buildings that are around us that are under construction and making sure the work is getting done and everything is being done appropriately. And Terry has been right there telling me this is what's going on, what we're doing. He knows I've taken the 4th floor of the annex across the way. I hope my Democratic colleagues will be able to do a tour so you can see what it looks like up there. My goal was to ensure that every senator had their own office. We will no longer have a footprint in the LOB, but every senator Every elected senator will have their own office, either here in this building or across the street in the annex. That was very, very important to me. Mr. Terry, again, thank you. Thank you so much. And we have more to do. We are very lucky to have this area here. This is very historic. I think we all know we're coming up to the 250th anniversary of our country, and we are very lucky to have these buildings, and we are the stewards of these buildings. We are the stewards of the artifacts, everything. And it's our responsibility to take care of them, and that is something that is extremely important to me. Chris Vetter, I know he's not here. He left, as well as George. Chris Vetter, I've worked very closely with him on making sure that all of us are safe in this building. We needed to make a number of security upgrades, and we've done that. And it's been with his guidance, as well as Terry's, because I want to make sure when you come to this building, you feel safe here. George, of course, I mean, George is great. He chases people out of my parking spot as well as Senator Gray's, make sure we have our spots. But he's here as well, walking the halls, talking with us. And I want all of you to know, if there's any issues concerning your security, that please bring them to me or Mr. Pfaff or Mr. Vetter. It's very, like I said, very important that we know that you're okay. Mike Kane, who's kind of hiding in the back, I was haunting his office last year, my first year on finance. You want to talk about somebody being over their head? That was me. And he was very patient, along with his staff, answering my questions, which sometimes might have seemed a little silly. But because they took the time to educate me, I understand now a lot better. And so I want to thank you for the education and the patience you showed me. There's some people here that are not actually here that I think we need to say thank you to, and that is to our spouses or partners. We can't do the things we do without the support we get from these folks at home. And I think sometimes we don't really acknowledge that, but I hope that I can speak for all of you that it's very important we acknowledge them and their sacrifice. They pick up for us when we're here working, and they make sure that things are being done. And I want to acknowledge them, that we're all a team. In fact, I view us as a family. We might not always agree. It can get a little messy, but it's important that we treat each other with respect and civility, which you have all done, to carry on those traditions that were so important to Senator D'Alessandro. Relationships are everything. And that is why I would say more than 85 to 90% of the work we do in this chamber is bipartisan. And we work together, and we pass good legislation for the people of this state. And to our aides, I want to thank you all for your hard work. I hate to see you go. As you've heard from the senators, we've had a lot of turnover. I hate to see that, but in a way it's good, because you've gotten a good education here, and you get picked up by other agencies who recognize your hard work, and I'm very proud of all of you, even if you leave us. Usually we see you come back in one form or another. You're working for a state agency and you want to lobby us or something. That's good. And it means we've done our job, we've educated you, and we've helped set you on a life's path. So I want to thank all of you. And finally, someone I've known for a long time, Rich Lambert. I think it's very important we recognize Rich and his staff with legislative ethics. Whenever there's been a question about anything ethical, he is available and he will get you that answer. And I think that's very, very, very important. So I want to thank you, Rich, and your staff for all of your hard work for us. And I think that's about it. So thank you all for coming up here. It's a little hot in here right now, but we should have air conditioning coming in this summer. So next year, it's going to be a lot cooler. So that will be a nice thing. And just so everybody knows, State House Room 105 is going to be turned back into a hearing room. Education, Health and Human Services, and Transportation will be meeting in that room. Historically, it had been a hearing room, so we're going to turn it back into a hearing room. We don't need space for offices there anymore because we've got across the street. So, thank you all very much for all your hard work over the past couple of years. We had a tremendous number of bills to deal with, I think more than we've ever had, and you all rose to the occasion and we did our jobs. And I think we should all be proud of our work, and I think the people of New Hampshire should be proud of the work we've done on their behalf. So thank you all very much. Okay. I'm going to put the Senate in recess for a few minutes for the staff to leave, and then we will conclude our business today. The Senate will come out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The House of Representatives has voted to lay on the table the following entitled bill sent down from the Senate, House Bill 609 FN, relative to the General Court's authority over the sale, purchase, ownership, use, possession, transportation, licensing, permitting, taxation, and other matter pertaining to firearms, stun guns, tasers, pepper spray devices, knives, and other self-defense tools. One more. Madam President, the following entitled bill is returned to the Senate. House failed to achieve the two-thirds vote to consider the bill. House Bill 1091, relative to the unauthorized camping on private property.
Okay. Where's Senator Birdsall? Okay. Yeah, let's find out where she is so we can get going. I know everybody's, it's been a long day and it's a little warm in here, so. Not yet. We have to go through the adjourning the early session. Any idea where she is? Oh, there she is. It's not as bad as dropping your, it was like a vision of high school when you're walking in the cafeteria and you drop the tray or something, and then everybody goes, whoa. So this isn't too bad. Not for me. I was always careful. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? I recognize Senator Murphy.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise for unanimous consent.
Yes.
When you serve in the House, you quickly realize that even in your own party, there's a great deal of variance. Very few people vote with you on every single time and every single issue. And those that do, you learn to recognize them and you count upon them. And for me, nobody voted with me more than a representative from Hooksett named Michael Yakubovich. When I met Michael, I liked him immediately. He was born in Belarus. He escaped the Soviet Union in order to pursue a more free life in the United States. And specifically, he chose New Hampshire. Michael spoke with the quiet assurance of someone who had seen some things. He had been on the other side of the wall and knew exactly what he was fighting for, but he was never loud or brash. He was persuasive while being soft-spoken. I never heard him say a bad word about anyone. In the House, he was well-liked and well-respected for his demeanor and his principled consistency. In 2018, after 4 terms, I decided I was due for a break. I had children in elementary school. I had a business that needed attention. And I thought maybe one day I'd come back to this building. Maybe I'd run for this chamber. And then when I saw Michael's name on the primary ballot in 2022, I was happy to vote for him because I thought it's like having me there. And then a week later, my phone rang and it was Michael. And he said he had just found out he was very sick and couldn't serve, and he asked me to put my name on the ballot in his place. And I said no. I turned him down. I said the timing's all wrong for me. I asked him to find somebody else. He said, there's nobody else. It had to be me because I voted with him more than anybody else. And I still said no. And then he found the words that he knew, he had to have known would convince me. He said if I didn't do it, he would run anyway, and he would win, and then he would resign. And there'd be a special election, and tens of thousands of taxpayer dollars would be wasted. And knowing where I am on taxpayer dollars was where he was, we knew we couldn't let that ever happen. So in the end, I had to give in. And from that day to this, I've tried to vote as he would. I've always hoped I was filling this seat in his stead. When I've seen him at various events, I told him that when he feels better, he should run again because I was only keeping it warm. But he knew better. Michael faced a rare aggressive cancer with a mortality rate of 100%. He never once complained. In the end, he faced his diagnosis with rare grace and bravery. He fought for 4 years, trying every solution he could, traveling to New York repeatedly for treatment. But right up till last year, he was involved, fighting for the right to allow to try, the right to try, testifying before the legislature repeatedly to be allowed to try new, potentially life-saving treatments. Every other person in our state facing a terminal diagnosis is better off for his efforts. He took what little time he had left and spent it doing what he always did, advancing the cause of liberty. It was his life's work, his life's passion. He was more than a role model. Michael was a hero. And that's why we named the Right to Try law we passed last year the Michael Yakubovich Act. Mike passed away last Wednesday at 55 years old. My prayers, and I hope yours, will be with his wife, his children, and his grandchild, as well as the gratitude for sharing his limited time so generously. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. If we could have a moment of silence for Representative Yakubovich, I think that's how you pronounce it, and please stand to honor his memory. Thank you. I am going to ask Senator Rosenwald and Senator Perkins-Coie to come up to the podium. I think we all know that Senator Rosenwald has decided that she is not running again, and it will be a big loss for the Senate and for the Democratic caucus. So I know you had some remarks that you would like to address, and then we also know that Senator Ward has decided that she is also going to retire this year, and Senator Ward has comments, and then we have a couple of gifts for them. Please. Yes, please. Okay, so Senator Rosenwald and then Senator Perkins-Coie.
Thank you, Madam President. It's not really true that the Energy Committee is what's driving me out of the Senate. So I think this is probably the last time I'll have a chance to get up and speak in this beautiful and historic chamber before my honorable colleagues. And colleagues is exactly the right word. I realize that over my time in the Senate, I've had the opportunity to work directly with each of you, either in or on a committee, on a specific piece of legislation, or in caucus. And that's really what's so special about this body, is that we do work together to make things better for Granite Staters. While we don't always get to the same conclusion, we always share a commitment to make New Hampshire better and New Hampshire's people better. As Lou always said, it's all about relationships. He was absolutely right, and I value my relationships with all of you. I'm grateful to the residents of District 13 for placing their trust in me for 8 years to represent them. I wouldn't miss a single day. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Perkins-Coie. No, we're going to let Senator Perkins-Coie speak a few words. Yes,
Thank you, Senator Rosenwald, and those words are insufficient to thank you for all you have done for this state. I've been lucky enough to have a few occasions now to thank you and to honor you, and I mean every word I've said at those. And in this group, I want to say, I just think Cindy has been a real model for how this work gets done. You know, she has relationships where she works through hard issues. Sometimes she's gentle on departments. Sometimes she's a little tougher. But, you know, over the course of her career has done some amazing things, including being able to remove everybody from the developmental disability wait list, you know, be a real champion for a lot of healthcare issues, and really be just such a Yoda on the budget. And so I just want to I want to thank her for an incredible combination of kindness and civility, and also standing up for her values and never being afraid to say the right thing. And I want to thank her for the many hours she spent with me, and I want to thank her for the way that she's helped our caucus have a real culture of coming to the right answer together, knowing that in this chamber and in our caucus and in any group of people, we will always have some disagreements, but the most important thing is to be a family. And so I just want to thank you very much.
Yoda.
I'm going to ask Kevin to come up, just Kevin Condit, could you come up here? So, Bruce, Cindy, we would like to present you with a clock.
Wow.
To, I guess you're moving to Dover?
Yes.
And so hopefully this will hang in a place of pride in your new home in Dover, and you can show your grandchildren, and everyone can treasure this and honor your service. So thank you. I just asked Kevin so he can take it for you. I don't want you to have to walk on.
And Dover's in the same time zone as Nashville.
All right. Thank you, Cindy. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to clear up the whispers, the low radar mumbles of whether or not I will stay in the Senate. I know most of you at this point know it, but I've heard some little things. It has been a very difficult decision for me to make. My husband and I started discussing this about a year ago. There were several scenarios. My husband had retired from his volunteer job. I was the one with the schedule. What did we want to do as a couple? By last fall, I had pretty much decided that this would be my last term. Was I ambivalent? Yes. I thought that if it looked like it was important for me to run for another term, I would. That's what I thought. And that, to me, was pure hubris. Then several realities popped up. I was forced to evaluate the options. I made a decision not to seek the re-election. So here I am. The Senate has become my second family, and I will miss all of you, whether or not we agree on issues before us. I have learned from all of you. It is a bittersweet decision. This decision finishes a chapter, not the whole book. I learned early on that life does not stop and wait for you to make up your mind. It goes on. Either you stay involved or you watch the world go by. My plan is to stay active in one way or another. Thank you all, and thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I'm going to say just a few words about this wonderful woman right next to me. I first met Ruth in 2015. She worked with the Carly Fiorina for President campaign. My daughter Deirdre also worked for the same campaign. And she kept talking about this woman she was working with, who was so kind and so smart. And she was great to work with. And imagine my surprise in 2017, her name's on a ballot and she's running for the Senate, and she won. And it has been a true honor to work with Senator Ward. She is probably one of the kindest, most gracious people I have ever met in my life. She is, again, so intelligent, so hardworking, and she has been an integral part of our caucus for almost 10 years. And I am truly sad to see Senator Ward leave. I wish her the very best, and I hope she doesn't become a stranger around here, as well as Senator Rosenwald, that you stop in from time to time just to check on us and make sure we're doing the right things, and give us your opinions. Don't be surprised if you get a phone call asking, well, Senator Ward, what do you think about this? Because, again, it really speaks to the work that you've done here and how much we value you. So I wish you the very best, and I personally am going to miss you very, very much. So I'm going to ask Aaron to come up because we have a clock for Senator Ward, and I'll have Aaron carry it up for you. Okay. So this is our clock, again, to thank Senator Ward and commemorate her service. Thank you. Thank you so much, Senator. Okay, thank you. Are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? Okay. Seeing none, I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of sending and receiving messages and processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and when we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.